Is it a to-do or is it a bug? It's more of a bug, really. Game stalls swapping characters. Well, not while swapping to Sven the droid for the first time. It's a bug. I'll call it a bug, really. Okay. So I think this is using the new NPC instance system as it is now. There's a couple of problems though. Not real problems. One of the things is when we refer to like a spawn location. So this is spawn NPC hero, and we've got the instance here. This is fine for spawning. We don't want to have to spend like almost all the time the instance is going to be 0. And for some things like the brains, we might want to specify like a particular instance. So this is like for all Spidey types now, because we can have multiple instances of Spidey, but we might want to say Spidey instance 2. You know, if we set up a level that has 2 instances of a Spidey in. So right now we've got this idea of instances in the editor. We need to kind of sort that out, how we want to handle NPC instances in the editor. And we might want so this locks this behavior to being only for Spidey. So we might want to put, I'm thinking of putting a different type of thing here where you can say just me, whoever this behavior is on. So the distance, so you can be like, this is G condition 12, NPC compare location. So whether they're in the same room. So we want like, if we can either say set it to the unknown NPC, which means me, or we can write another one which is NPC compare location with me or something. Figure that out. There's another problem, and that is NPCs only spawn when you enter the room. And I think we need to fix that. That's probably the first thing I might work on. So if we go to game state, spawn NPC at location. So this is going to spawn the hero. So right now, the hero is the only thing spawned in the entire game. If I go here, now it spawns Jenny. What I kind of want to do is spawn all the NPCs when you start the level. Rather than when you enter the room. So, enter room. So this just sends the on enter room event. And that is the thing which must spawn. No, it isn't the thing that spawns. So what is the thing that spawns? Ah, it's because it comes actually from the editor. So it sends a sends a spawn NPC event when we enter the room. Okay. We did get 2. Okay, so we've sent the spawn NPC event now. So it comes from tick trigger events. For a particular room. The test room. Let's have a look then. So it's basically because this trigger becomes available. I think. So how do we want to handle this? Well, I think the first thing we'll do is take away this spawn type. Well, so this is where we could use this, because we're currently not using the spawn type for anything, but the idea is if a dynamic one gets a dynamic spawn type, means a thing gets spawned immediately when the level loads, and a static one, it gets spawned when you enter the room. That might be the way we do it. So that means Jenny there, where it says spawn Jenny, gets spawned immediate when you enter the level. Okay. So we have on enter level, do we? On level enter. definitely have something to do with entering a level. Game level. Enter. So it could possibly happen here. Okay. So we have events for the level. We want a G event spawn NPC. So I think what we need to do is we need to send an event for on enter level. Like on enter room, on room enter. We want on level enter. Name. Like that. I'm wondering if these could actually be IDs, you know, rather than passing strings around. Well, everything, it could be a string view though. Problem with the string view is if we ever want to actually copy this, it won't work. Yeah, we'll keep it as a string. On level enter, right? So now we just want to send an on level enter. It's an E event. Let's get engine events actually. Get engine events. Send E event on level enter. Level name is equal to do we have the name? Got the path. I think it's just path. Okay, and where we're listening for on room enter there, we want to listen. So in the game state events, right? Well, game triggers. Do we have an initialize for that we can start listening for events? I don't think so. So we'll do it in game state events. We will just say. So we want the engine event version. So void operator event on level enter. We basically now we need to go through all of the events in the level. So if auto level name what is it, level events, get events. If E, let's get events return an array of engine events. So if E, different E actually, we'll say EVT. If E.type is equal to E event type, E engine event type, game event. So we're only looking for game events, right? And we're specifically looking for one type of game event, which is spawn NPC. So we need to go for auto. Well, so if it's a type of game event, we need to do and E.enabled E.data, I think it's data game event. So we can say if E.enabled auto game event, it's that. Okay, we're going to actually do it the other way around. It's going to get quite nesty. If not E.enabled continue. So we're going to say if it's a game event, we'll get it as a game event. Say if not game event, continue. If it is a game event, we need to go auto event spawn event equals game event data try and wrap G event spawn NPC. If it's not a spawn event, continue. If it is a spawn event, we're just going to go get engine events send E, and we'll just send it like that. We just send the spawn event right at the beginning of when the level is entered. So put a little breakpoint there just to check it all works like I want it to. So what this will do is it will just go through all the events if we find a spawn event, we'll just send it. And that means that, well, we should only send it if it's dynamic, actually. That's what we were going to say. If spawn event spawn type is equal to is it? What's the spawn type? NPC spawn type dynamic. Send it. That's what we need to do. If we're going to say dynamic means that it can get spawned when the level is loaded, rather than static NPCs. So they're NPCs, I suppose, that don't need much simulation or any simulation at all. Dynamic ones do, so they need to get spawned when the level enters. So then we can simulate them even if they're not in the current room. Okay, so here we go. Get the level. We're going through all the game events. So this is a spawn event, but it's a static event. This is a spawn event. It's not a spawn event. So let's just put a breakpoint here and we'll just go through all the spawn events. This is a spawn event. Spidey and static. This is a spawn event. Hero static. Hero static. Hero static. Hero static. Hero static. Hero static. Lots of hero static ones. Jenny dynamic. So this is going to spawn Jenny now. So we're going to send that event. So what's going on here? This is just a preview window. It's not even open. Send a game event. So we need to do nat step filter for this. Oh, we have a problem here. Doesn't know about so events here. What is events? It really has a problem with this. It's something called events. So they're the engine event types. There's a tuple. It's basically if you've got too many elements in a tuple, NatViz can't display it. Okay. Spawn NPC Jenny. So it's going to get the current level. Spawn NPC there. It's in a different room. It's in the test room. Just want to check. So it's going to call spawn. And it's going to call on spawn. She's going to go into her entity state. I'm going to set up all of her stuff. That's basically it. So we have another one. So this is in the room that we are actually going to be in, which is the planting room. Okay, so in theory, Jenny is there now. So if we go to game state, actually I want to see what happens now. When we move into the different room. So we've got spawn again. Hero, this is Hero in the second room. But Jenny doesn't get spawned because she's already spawned, which is the intended behavior. Okay, so what I want to do now is see if we can catch Jenny doing patrol things, even though she's not in the room. So if we go to game state, tick NPC patrol, Hero, Jenny. So what's Jenny doing? She's just basically going on her patrol. So what do we do with her animation dialogue? We call update animations. So we don't really want to tick her animation. Well, that's ticking her animation routines, which we might want to do. That's not actually ticking her animation. So we need to put a breakpoint there. That's just in current room. Tick NPC animations. Tick animation controllers. So we're ticking the animation controller if they're not in the room, but we are not drawing it. That's quite expensive. I wonder why we're doing that. What I'm going to do is I'll just move up there for a bit. And we'll only tick it if it's in the current room, and we'll just see what happens. That's much cheaper. We don't want to tick animations if we're not going to draw them. I mean, we might. This is the thing. The animation controller's sending events that need to be picked up for any particular reason. I can imagine a situation where the NPC is attacking me and then we move out the room and the attack finished event doesn't get sent. Yeah, maybe actually the tick does have to go there. We need just a tick for events, really. I might put that in the notes of the to-dos. Like, we really need animation controller that only ticks events. Front room. I wonder if that is a thing, that spine offer. Get to it anyway. Okay, anyway, that's good. So the next thing we need to do is, I was going to have a look at trying to remove the NPC class. I think that might be a bit too much. Because here's the thing, like we have an entity state controller, entity state type, which is like the hero's state, Jenny's state, Spidey's state. So my thinking is the NPC stuff, you know, where it like creates the entity, the inventory bag for the NPC can get done in the actual state, find entity state. And, you know, whether it's spawned or not, all this could kind of be done in the entity state rather than in a specific NPC class. The activities can go to an activity controller. You know, all this is just wrapped. Like, it could be done, all done with NPC instance. Creates an inventory bag for the instance. So what does, if we just spawn Jenny, it just says get inventory bag. It doesn't actually create her bag there. It is creating the rest of the things. Where does uninitialize get called? In game state initialize, it goes for every NPC type, create one. So this is assuming we're going to need at least one of each NPC in the game, which is true. I think we'll leave NPC in for now. Okay. So the next thing I wanted to do was this is a spawn. Here, when you're actually drawing out an NPC, I think we want to check whether it's instanced or not. If it's not instanced, in certain contexts, it could just refer to NPC instance 0. If it is instanced, then we know that this thing refers to this particular instance. So what I might do is go to the combat room, like spawn from the combat room, and then we'll put in 2 instances of Spidean. We'll try and get that working. So we've got spawn there. We've got spawn Spidean instance 0, and then we'd want another trigger to spawn Spidean instance 1. I think that's probably what we need to do. So where do we draw? So this is in like game state or game event types. Spawn it. So this is it. This is where we want to actually draw. So we need an object UI renderer for NPC instance, I think. So we want template struct object UI renderer for NPC instance. And you just have to override draw. I think down here. See if that builds. Doesn't know about object UI renderer. So where is that coming from? Probably just object UI renderer. Yeah. It's not G-event spawn NPC though. It's NPC instance. Says draw cannot be explicitly specialized. Why not? What's the problem with this? Oh, don't need that there. Okay, so put a little breakpoint there. And then in the game, wherever we're drawing an NPC, we just want to go object U area, NPC, well, draw. Is it static? Is it static? It must be static. It is. So it's object U under draw ob.npc. I think that's all we've got to do. We might have to send in, it might not be able to infer the template. Oh, it needs the canvas as well. Still might not be able to infer. It might. So this needs to be NPC instance. Couldn't infer it. So it's non-static member function. So this is actually static. It would kind of be nice to not have to put this there, because that's kind of redundant. So we might do something like void well, what would it be? Template class object void draw UI object. It's a canvas. Well, this is we've called it object type here. Object type ob. which does object UI renderer. Type object type draw canvas ob. And that means this is just draw UI object now. I do want a draw UI object icon as well. Which is object UI renderer object type draw icon world canvas ob position. So it's just a little wrapper really. Did we actually change the wrong? That's fine. Okay. And then so this is just draw UI objects now. Let's just see if we've screwed everything up. Okay. So NPC instance. Visual note. Copy them. And that's just draw UI object. And then in the instance, we just want to do that. So we're going to put it specifically there. And what we might do is we might do we need to do like UI scope ID with something So this is potentially a problem. That means every single NPC instance is going to get drawn with these titles, and that's how we infer the ID. So we need to actually scope a new ID, push a new ID scope on to give them all different IDs. So what I might do is have another one that has that we can have push a title on. That might be the good way to do it. So object UI renderer, we want another one where we can say canvas object const w string view title, like this. And we want draw UI object with a title. And then the NPC instance one actually is the one with the title. Like this. And then we're gonna go canvas draw separator title BM initial BM true initial state like this. Now we still might need to scope an ID. I'm just gonna do it anyway. We can make the title the scope value like that. Do it there. So, and this can just be called type and instance like that. So now in game state we can put in a title which is NPC spawned NPC. So we'll build that. While that's building, I'm just going to take 2 minutes to make a cup of coffee. Well, let's get this working first. Draw with title. Try build. Before I leave, get this built before I leave for a cup of coffee. I'll get this not failing compile errors. Producing compile errors even. Alright. Nope, that's no good. So what do we call this? Draw UI object. It's definitely what it's because it's a wide string. All right, good. Back in 2 minutes. Yeah. Let's say this is just ob. It's const. Right then. So that means now in the game condition spawn NPC. It's been an engine condition. No, not a game condition, game event types, spawn NPC. We could just say draw UI object now. Let's see how that looks. Where are we? Spawn NPC. So we've got spawned NPC type instance. That's what it looks like. Doesn't actually. Oh yeah. It's because this isn't if. So we could say it's false. And then we could actually mix the title. So we could go auto str, help us format EW string. Title ob.type like this, and then that could go there, that. So, oops, I try and open something by habit there. So we've got spawned NPC Spidey in there. We open it up. We can open it up and change it. So how are we going to, so that can just basically go everywhere now there is a NPC in the editor. The thing is, it's like, how do we say whether we want it to be general for the type or for the specific instance? How do we do that? So got like patrols, Spidean, right? We might want to say condition. We could have a condition that is an instance. The instance has instance ID. The NPC has instance ID. That's just saying this patrol is for NPC 6, which is Spidean. Yeah, maybe we do it. We have an NPC type. We just have it by NPC type. So this needs to be really a drop-down box with just NPC type. And then we could say, so say we had like 2 patrols. We could have one patrol for Spidean instance 1, and the other patrol for Spidean instance 2. We don't specify an instance, it's for all Spideans. This. Yeah, so we'll put a drop down box there instead of this text box. So this is in the patrol editor. Tick left panel. Tick. Oh. sort that camera out a bit. That's good. Tick left panel. Control editor. So this is where we just say NPC. We need to get the list of NPCs. So auto NPCs, get game, get NPC. List. Do we have that? Don't think we do. We've got NPC name. We just need to get NPC names then. TRA TW string. Get NPC names. I wonder why that's not returned. I wonder why that's returning a string. It's probably because we'll just say a W string. Okay. It's doing this type of thing. So TRA W string game get NPC names. So can we do enum W names? So what does this thing return? It just returns an array. Make name sequence. A fixed array it returns. Of string views. So I think we'll just have get views, right? So this will be a W string view actually. Just want to return num W names. Of eNPC type. Get views like that. I think that's how it works. And then in the patrol editor, we're going to go so this NPC ID thing is just the index of the array. So auto NPC names equals get game NPC names. I'm going to say if NPC ID greater than or equal to NPC names.getCount. NPC ID is 0. This is draw combo box now. So we've got the selected item and then the items. And that's a W string, the selected items. So W string selected item. And then we just need an if. So that's like if it changes, NPC ID equals NPC names index of selected item. NPC ID, so if it could potentially equal, we're going to say if NPC ID is equal to NPC names get count. I mean, that is probably won't happen, but that is possibly what might happen. Then we don't need that anymore. So in theory, that's just a combo box of all the NPCs in the game. NPC types. So what's the problem here? So we do have a get NPC names. Saying. No, he's saying it's just. This is string. This, oh, I've changed the wrong one there. String view. Say, how's it going? I'm doing very well, thank you. A bit hot. It's very hot here. Apart from that, I'm alright. Just working on an NPC instancing. Oh, glad you're doing well. I'm working on having more than one type of NPC on the screen at once. More than one instance of the same type of NPC on the screen at once. That's what I'm working on. Which will be useful for really just for combat, I think, at the moment. You want to fight two of the same enemy at once. Right here in Spain. Yeah, it's a proper heat wave, isn't it, down there? It's like 40 degrees Celsius or more. Yeah, man, you gotta look after yourself. Do you live in Spain? Or are you on holiday? Oh, fantastic. I love Spain. My uncle used to live in Menorca, which is lovely. I've been to Spain a lot. Yeah, it's not particularly warm outside here. I mean, it's like 25 outside, but the office is hot because it's kind of built for the winter time. So the office just bakes, you know. It just faces the sun all day and bakes. think it's meant to get warmer here at the weekend. Alright, so what was I doing? So I'm just going to move this guy out of here and save it. So now we've got the spawned NPC spider in. I'm not sure really if we do want that collapsed by default. Or we want it underneath. I don't know. But the patrol is what we were working on. Okay, so that's interesting. It's still got the text box. Did that even build? No, it didn't build. Bad Visual Studio. Whereabouts? Tell us if you're still there. Whereabouts in Spain do you live? I had a roommate from Madrid when I was at uni, which is nice. Okay. Ooh, look, I haven't read that. Need to change that. Output window. It doesn't even appear to have. Okay, so this needs to be. Probably black will be fine. Verol. Oh, nice. Let's have a look. So you're right in the top west. It looks beautiful. I live up here. Where am I? Down a bit. There we go. That's where I live. So I live in the northeast of England. Okay, so this is a warning that's turning red, which is interesting, but it doesn't matter. Warnings have to be dealt with anyway. So from size T to U32. Alright, so this is we have to truncate this back down to a U32 safely, which it always will, because we're never going to have 4 million entity types. That would be insane. So what happens if you have more than one NPC of the same type doing one patrol? What do you want them to do? They probably won't crash into each other. I hope so. do you want them to actually, if that patrol area is filled, skip to the next one? Oh, we don't want Jenny's patrol. So now we might have more than one entity following this patrol. There we go. We've got Spidey in there now. So we can turn it to be hero. All back to Spidey. So we might have more than one entity following this patrol. So how do we want to handle that? Because they're both going to go for that travel location at once, which is that one there. I think we just have to put two Spideyans of the same, two triggers of the same. So basically just trigger two types of Spidey or spawn engine event, spawn two instances of Spidey, spawn NPC Spidey instance 1. So we've got Spidey 1 there and Spidey 0 there. So we've got two of the same creature. And they're both going to go for this patrol node. That's the problem. If it all works, they are anyway. Okay, so let's just see what happens. See if the engine can even do this. I've never tried to do this before. So it looks like no. We've only still got one Spidey in. I wonder which one it is. Where are we? My guess is it is so it didn't even try to spawn in. The Spidey instance value is 0 there. So it couldn't even spawn instance 1 in. See if it tries to. So where are we? Whoever's listening to spawn NPC. Here. So this is Jenny. This is Spidey in instance 0. Hero instance 0. This is Spidey in instance 1. So this never got spawned. Because there's no trigger. Oh. Okay. Maybe we want to actually... So you have to actually specify a trigger ID. That's where you want him to spawn. Maybe we say if trigger ID is 0, we just spawn on this trigger. That would be nice. Now then, that only works. That will work for the static spawns, but not the dynamic spawns. Because in the static spawns, we are actually going through triggers at that time, so we can actually just, well, we are going through the triggers, but we're not specifically saying looking at the spawn trigger. We are specifically looking at the spawn trigger. Where would it be? Game state events. Enter level. No, we're not specifically looking at the trigger there either. So we could do that in the when we build the level. And triggers, trigger events. So you could say so it's just for the event. You could say if EVT, so the event itself this is interesting. The event itself doesn't know about the trigger ID. It's the event. It's the storage in the event that needs to know about the trigger ID. Like we could. No, we can't. I'm going to say we could put the trigger ID in the actual parent event itself, but that's lots of events aren't based on triggers. This needs explicit knowledge about the game to do this. We do have this thing called a level trigger event, which has a trigger ID. That goes to the, so we could get it by, so we could say level trigger events. Find. So what is a level trigger event? It has an ID. So the ID is the event ID. That might work. So Where were we? It's up here. So we've got trigger events. We can't do a find, but it would be something like EVT. Let's do spawn event. Ooh, where's the event ID? Let's go back. Oh, it's probably there. It's probably E.ID. So what I'm thinking is, in the game level, we could do get event trigger ID. So we could do something like standard optional. Well, just be U64 really. Get event trigger ID, U64 event ID, like that. Which just says for auto T in trigger events. If T ID is event ID, and T trigger ID, else return 0. So now we can say when we want to spawn an NPC, it's here really. We need to get the base event out really. So it would be if spawn event trigger ID is 0, we need to do spawn event trigger ID is equal to level get event trigger ID E.ID. Something like that. So that'll work for dynamics. The thing is, you want a general case that would work for all events. We could build that in. We'll just check this works first. It works for life. All events to do with triggers that have trigger ID of 0, we should default to the actual trigger ID if the trigger the event is on. This just works for the spawn event, but we need to make it work for every event. We'll check this works first, and then if this works, we'll move it out to maybe the level compiler, and we'll do it in the level compiler instead. Could either do it in the level compiler or I could do it in the level loader. I think we'll do it in the compiler. Because the loader has to do it every time you start up the game, but the compiler will just do it once. That is super hard though. Spawn event. So that has a trigger ID. Yes, it only work. It wouldn't work anyway because these are static spawns. These. So we will do it in the compiler. What does that mean? We have to go through every game event or engine event. And all the ones that have trigger IDs, basically. It's quite complicated. Like we could go on the name. Then what happens if you've got two triggers in the same event? You know what? I think we should give up on this. I think it's going to be too complicated. What we could do though, is default it to this trigger ID. Maybe. So when you add an event, was it? How would you add an event? So this would be in game board content, tick game board editor, tick left panel, trigger mode. Draw engine conditions set to where are the events? We just do events dot in place like that. We do have the trigger on. So we have something called draw event. Yeah, it's all very specific stuff. I think we just forget about it. All right. So let's go to game state. Game state events even. On enter room. Well, spawn NPC. So let's have a look then. Let's try and spawn. So this should spawn 2 NPCs. I'll try to. Of the same type. Generate Spidian 1 hero. Sorry, that was Spidian 0. This is Spidian 1. So this does have a trigger ID. Spawn NPC at location. Fanbjerg, hey, how's it going? Is it normal that create window is slower than... Is it normal that the create window API is slower the more load the system is under? If your computer's under a lot of load, it might be scheduled later, maybe. Took 30 milliseconds a week ago, taking 75 right now. Difficult to say. Difficult to say. I expect a lot of stuff has to happen when you want to create a window on the actual, in the kernel and things. So it might slow down if the system's under more pressure. Yeah, interesting. Have you got Git? Have you got source control? You could roll back to a week ago and just see if it's faster. And see that'll determine if it's you or the computer. So it creates a new NPC, calls initialize on it. It creates an entity state for this instance, which is a Spidian. This looks quite good actually. This looks like it might... I don't like this max entity state stuff. I'm going to put a note. Like, there's no real reason to have that. I'm going to put a little to do. Remove max entity. Can't type today. Entity state. Might just do that now. Really version rollback is yesterday. Right, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it could be a bunch of reasons why it's doubled in speed, doubled in slowness, halved in speed. So I think I'm doing this to fix them in memory. So I could just get references to them all over the place. But don't really need to do that because it's all done on ID, really. Maybe. Let's just check. It might be actually. Oh. Ah, look. Problems trying to truncate there. That's the NPC type. Look at this. So the behavior controller really relies on NPCs if it's going to use patrols. Okay. Can change that then. This is the first controller that doesn't actually have U64. So there's an ID but an NPC instance. So this is NPC instance ID. I coded it, yeah. Do you read your shaders from disk? So they start off as HLSL on the disk, and then there's an asset pipeline that gets called whenever assets change, and that compiles them into bytecode, into intermediate bytecode, groups them together into a big asset, and then that gets stored on disk as like a binary shader group, which is already compiled. And then when the game runs, it loads the already compiled shaders, the shader group, from disk, and then that gets sent to the GPU. So they do get read off disk, but in multiple stages, you know. So if you never change a HLSL, it never compiles them again. Then if you change a HLSL, it'll compile them again, and put them into a group. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. I tend to treat shaders more like an asset, you know, like a texture or something. but you can store them inside the binary. The only thing I'll say is that if you ever want to change a shader, you need to recompile your program. That's the only difference that makes. But if it doesn't take very long to compile, that's alright. Takes you also inside of the binary. That will eventually make an enormous binary. In a 4K texture is like 700 megabytes in it or something. Uncompressed. So I wouldn't do that on a production game, but it's probably fine for a hobby thing. Okay, so this now actually is NPC Instance. Like this. And this is id.npc type. 1 kilobyte. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine to store them as the binary. You get the added bonus that everything gets loaded at the same time, which is quite nice, as long as that's not too slow. It works on some projects and not others. Like obviously, if you've got a lot of art, you might not necessarily want to load everything at the same time. If you've got more than 32 gigabytes of art, which is possible because, you know, if you're doing 4K art, that is possible. There's not 32 gigabytes of RAM on most computers, or more than that, to store the art. Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, there's two ways. You could either like store it in the exe, or you could store it next to the exe, but as a big blob of all the assets in the entire game, and have two things. But if that big blob is only a couple of megabytes, you could just put it straight in the exe. Yeah, just like a big asset. That's kind of what I do. It's not stored as one blob on the disk, but it's packaged in multiple blobs. And you get to decide. The whole goal for my asset thing was to minimize disk read, so you can, all the assets that need to be together on screen, or through the speakers if it's sounds or shaders or whatever, get saved together. So when you enter a new level, it can grab the whole level off disk at once. Is one read. And that's the way I did it. So then you can partition them however you want, really. So things that get used in loads of different levels, shared across multiple levels, can be stored outside, and they can all get loaded together. Yeah, 115k. Yeah, that's so small. You may as well put that in the binary. Yeah. My Fu Manchu, hey, how's it going? Less coding, less talking, more coding. Yeah, no problem. I'm not feeling 100% today, so I'm just going to take it easy. Yeah, I know, it's a joke. Don't worry about it. Hope you're alright anyway. So yeah, now the behavior control actually is for NPCs. That's what that means. And it has to be because it uses patrols, and patrols are for NPCs. So we'll swap that to an instance instead of just a general ID. Which is nice. Yeah, there aren't, are there? Interesting that. I think most people are making games as their primary hobby or purpose or whatever, so they just get an engine, which is fine, because if you just want to make games, then as a hobby, you may as well skip out the engine bit. But I like game technology. The boring fixes. How do you get through the boring fixes? I get some awesome music, a massive packet of biscuits, and some beer, and I just sit down until it's done. That's what I do. Making the engine is fun, using the engine is boring. Yeah, so you're into, that means you're into game technology, which is rare. Which is it. That's what you don't see on Twitch much. People building game technology. Lots of people building games. You know, game development is newish to me. Game engine development is not. I've been doing that for a long time. But I've always been like you. I've made the engine and then been like, all right, move on to the next thing, rather than make games with it. So this is the first time I'm actually trying to make a game with my own engine. That's not a trivial game. All right, we've got another one here. Okay, so in this, wherever we're truncating, oops, this is actually ID dot NPC type UI used for a game editor. Yeah. Which is part of an engine, yeah, I would say. Building a UI system for an engine is one of the most difficult bits of it, for sure. Yeah, I'm with you. Like, I am enjoying making a game alongside this, and I'm enjoying that as well. And I think the game will be fun. But yeah, I mostly, like, my main enjoyment is more systems programming things. Look, we've got two of them. Do they both get angry? So interestingly, the first one has the behavior on it. One of them gets angry and one of them doesn't. So the behavior is only working for one of them, or none of them now. He did get angry for a bit. Now he's trying to run away from me. Yeah, so this guy can actually get really angry with me. This guy doesn't. So his behavior is not. That guy's still angry with me. So that guy, this guy here, isn't working with his behavior tree. Yeah. Fu Manchu. Yeah, so if you've got a time restraint or a budget restraint, it depends on the game. If it's a very simple game, in some circumstances it's faster building your own engine than using like a custom engine, and you don't have any experience in using a custom engine, in using a third-party engine like Unity. But for most games, if you've got time or budget pressure, you should really just use another engine. From a pure productivity point of view, there are other reasons why you want to use your own engine, business reasons as well. And that's what most people do. That's why everyone on Twitch is streaming Unreal or Unity or Godot, because they have those pressures. Like, I'm just a hobbyist, really. Custom scroll bars. Oh, nice. Scroll bars are quite difficult, I find. Go with productivity. Yeah. There's an artistry as well. There's an artistry in games. You can still achieve artistry using Unity, of course. Like Pillars of Eternity was made in Unity, and that's one of the best games ever, I think. But there's also a real artistry in making the engine, which I like. So they are kind of crashing into each other a bit. It's because they are going for the same goal all the time. So we need to do something with the patrol. We need to be like, if the patrol space is already occupied and it's the same entity type, move to the next one. See, and this guy's walking on the spot now. Oh, thanks for the follow, Fu Manchu. My Fu Manchu. Good name, that. Working on toolchain. VM compiling, assembler, custom IDE. Custom IDE as well. That's cool. You mean you made an IDE? Is that what you mean? That's great. Alright, so we're going to have to make both. So sometimes they're running on the spot, which is weird. Only one of them is following the behavior tree. We can see there, like, there should be two Spidians there if they're both following it, but only one of them is. So what is going on there? So if you look at the patrol, they're both following the patrol though, just not the tree. So how does the patrol get linked into the tree? Tick NPC patrol. The behavior controller. Hero Jenny. Spidian 0. Is running default behavior. So it's when we're setting up. So this is a default behavior, which is on fail at the moment. So this guy, so this must be the second instance of Spidian. So maybe so then when we tick the behavior controller, then so this behavior controller is Jenny's. This is Spidey instance 1, 0. This is Spidey instance 1. So it must be, so he is ticking his behavior. Oh, so the instance comes from the patrol ID. Which is fine, because this is a specific set of instances. If not, entity is alive. Ooh, so he's saying he's dead. Interestingly. Ah, look. So this is part of the old system. Right, so we need to make a scan of everywhere we're doing NPC type, because some parts are still using the old system. One of the components of the game. In-game computer. That's really cool, man. That is really cool. Oh, you're streaming as well? Let's go to your... I'll follow you. I'll follow you, yeah. Oh, there you go. And I'll catch your streams. That's really cool. Yeah, okay. See you later. Thanks for popping by. So, this is no good. Now, doing this little check. Okay, so we're going to go through, unfortunately, see, all this stuff is no good either. Should have done this, actually. I just forgot. NPC type for attribute controller. I don't think we need that anymore. So all this where we're checking the ID is less than the NPC type doesn't work anymore. NPC type for the combat controller, nope. Okay, so interesting. So this now, what's this? This is combat. This is stats. Combat stats controller. all this stuff. This is combat stats for a particular NPC now. So this we have to include, well, we're including NPC to begin with anyway. For some reason. This is NPC instance now. Ooh, this changes it quite a bit. Is it though? No, this is for type. This is for type. Yeah, so that's fine. This is NPC type. Saying if you kill an NPC of type Spidey and you get experience in a loot bag, yeah, so that's fine. Alright, so combat stats controller. Get by ID. So this really has to be get with NPC instance. And then this is c.type. I think that's it. So there we're saying on the combat stats controller. So that actually includes NPC, which includes NPC instance. So we don't actually, this doesn't actually have to be like that. This can be NPC type unknown. So set queue slot count for NPC hero. So this is the instance of NPC hero. So this is actually instance like that. Add member instance. Add member instance. Do damage. Do damage. Source entity. Damage. So the source entity is who is doing the damage, I presume. Yeah, because we're on experience. It's who wants to get the. So we're saying it's hero. So this is NPC's hero. Now, I want to pass the actual instance. rock breaking effect. Owner ID is NPC's hero. Is that right? Get NPC name, NPC ID. Now, all this where it's U32 is also a bit sketchy. Set NPC position delta. Okay, so that only works with NPC IDs, NPC values, instance values of 0. So we'll just see if we can get away with doing that till there's a problem. All these places. Try transfer crafted items to. So this is. We've done a craft. And we want to give the crafted items to somebody, and we're just saying always give it to the hero character. So I think it's probably fine. Try unqueue recipe. Get crafting slots. Crafting slots, and there. Well, we'll just do one at a time. Crafting slot count. Draw label on tick right canvas. This is weird as well. The inventory menu doesn't do the party. So we're just going to do make this work for the whole party. Like when we start looking at parties and inventory menus and stuff, this will get fixed. Don't have to do it now. Get free slot count. Located ID. So what's this? Draw world map. So this is getting the ID, which we don't use. Do we not? Located ID. Or is it a global? It might get used. So, okay. So located ID is NPC's hero. Actor ID. Okay, so this is just NPC's hero. Located ID is NPC's hero. NPC ID is NPC's hero. I mean, It's fine. This is just drawing the buy tickets menu. We're just saying that the hero is the only people that can buy tickets. Located ID is NPC's hero. Actor ID. This is fast travel menu. So if we wanted other playable characters to fast travel, this would have to change, which we might eventually. We'll leave it like this for now. Whoops, done something terrible. There we go. NPC state, that's fine. Crafting slot, that's fine. Okay, so what's this? This is creating one NPC per NPC type, which is fine. That's not there anymore, that's not there anymore, that's not there anymore. Make next NPC instance, that's fine. Get NPC type, that's fine. Set playable character. If the type is unknown. So this can actually be not old NPC. If type is unknown. That doesn't make sense. If the type is unknown, you get the movement controller. We won't have a movement controller if the type is unknown, and we set it to be non-playable. I don't think that makes sense. Get hero credit controller. So who's calling this? Few places. I think I want to get rid of this. This is too specific. Okay, so this is just get credit controller, NPCs, hero. And we'll just copy that. All right, good. So let's go back to the NPC type stuff. Make next NPC instance, get NPC type, get monorail car carrying NPC. Before cutscene NPC action enter. So that's an NPC U32. before cutscene, NPC action, enter. Okay, so that is NPC instance. E.npc. So that only works with NPCs of value. NPCs aboard. That only works with NPCs of value 0. NPCs aboard is a load of NPC instances. Execute combat state change. I think, to be fair, that's just owner ID now. And there as well. Get max quantity. Credit so that's for here. That's just a hero. PC's hero. That's just drawing stuff. Bag ID. NPC's hero. Has instance. That's fine. 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 Quest is available. iQuest is available. The playable character is a hero. So can we do get game state is playable character NPCs hero. Actor ID, execute hotbar item. So we're saying if it's a planting droid, so this is NPC instance is we need another is actually. Is planting droid. Get NPC type. I wonder if that is, I think this actually has to change. This is to get NPC, get game state, get NPC type, ID. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Are you using any of the template library? Root Dragon, hey, how's it going? Welcome back. Hope you're alright. Yeah, so now that that is there, has to actually check that the ID is actually an NPC and it has a type. This is better. Alright, let's build that and see if there are how many compiler errors there are. I wonder if the MSVC pulls in fewer SDL files, maybe, if you're using it, than the Clang one. Maybe that's why it's bigger, not sure. Plan to make your own template libraries. Alright, cool. Standard vector and the binary is smaller. Yeah. You can often win on size. Redoing STL stuff often. Makes you a very good programmer if you have a go at doing that stuff. So what's the problem here? Get credit controller. So it's an opt-ref credit controller. So it might not have one, which is true. Same speed, smaller size. Yeah. You can often win size and debug speed. You can often win as well. So if you like to maintain a good debug speed, which I do because I'm constantly in a debug build, it's worth it. Okay. So what do we want to do here if we don't have the credit controller for the player? We're just going to go... Now then, this means it won't draw how many credits the player has if they don't have a credit controller. So I think the better way to do this would be to do so we still draw it, we just say it's got no credits. Oh yeah, perfect. Yeah, SIMD is a very good use of rendering. SIMD is very heavily used on GPUs, or a version of it, because everything's 4, isn't it? Float 4 or matrix 4, so it's made like that. So yeah, it's good, really good. Yeah. Yeah, compilers can do that. They put things in the XMM registers, don't they? I have come across a cropper with that before doing my own allocators. If you don't give out properly aligned memory with an allocator, the compiler wants to put it in a SIMD register and it's not aligned properly, it's a crash. It's a release build crash, that, which is hard, can be hard to track down why. Because the code is not wrong, you're just giving out misaligned memory, and I've had that problem in the past. That's because it's trying to put it in SIMD register, yeah. Let's keep going anyway. Okay, get credits. Game state. Doesn't know about game state. That's fine. Hey, my Fu Manchu. How's it going? Welcome back. Cannot convert from... Okay, so this is the same thing. Hero transaction value. So this is... If we have one of those, it's that. Else it's 0. So we could do that, or we can't do the shop transaction. That's kind of better, actually. And then that's just that. %90 of standard vector. Yeah. It's very, very fast. It's like the fastest thing you can do on a computer, basically. Or the fastest way you could read memory on a computer through a CPU. In the release build case, it's true. In the debug case, it does a lot of checking all the time, which can slow it down. Vendor credit controller. So I think we want to do both of these at once if we have both of them. If we have the hero credit controller and the vendor, this is what we want to do. This is like transferring money between a shop and the hero character. Yeah, maps tend to be faster with finds, don't they? If you want to find something. But even that depends. Even that depends. Depends on how long it takes to hash the key. And it also depends on how if your vector is aligned in order and you can binary search on it, like a list of integers, that could even still be faster even with millions of elements. You have to profile it, I suppose. Like I often take advantage of like getting data, like lots of data, structs or whatever, hashing them all when the game is building its assets, and then putting them into an array and sorting the array, and then I can find things with binary search. Like I think that's all, that is a huge win. You don't need a map. I mean, you would need a map if you wanted the original struct back, but a lot of the times you just want to know if something exists. Yeah, people think with the big O complexity stuff, like O of 1 is always faster than O of n, but if 1 is 3 hours, takes and the n is 1 microsecond, then you need to do a lot of n's to get a single 1 of the big long lookup. All right. So this is CC. So this is CC. CC get credits. L0. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not the like literal time. You can only judge complexity against its own data type, really, if you know what I mean. You can't say something, an array of ints, scanning through an array of ints is slower than looking up an array of, looking up something in a map of something that takes an hour to make the hash code. Because it's not the same data, same type of data. Like putting something on the blockchain is O of 1 on the Bitcoin blockchain. But it takes absolutely ages to find the key. So it's much, much slower. All right, cool. Yeah, maybe, yeah. You've always got to profile that stuff, always. If it's a speed problem, anyway. Entity is alive. Alright, so now, this was saying it was dead before. Not that NPC though. The instance behavior controller, Spiding 1. So this should be alive now. Is alive. Alive state, alive. Good. So now it should tick behavior tree. So it should both get angry with me. Oh, there's only one there. And he doesn't get angry with me. What's going on there then? Yeah. Are they both angry with me? So this guy's still not getting angry with me. This guy does though. But he's not really, because he's not attacking me. Okay, that's probably to do with the way I've designed these nodes then. So the attack. He's stuck on attack medium. NPC, so behavior types. Attack. Tick. So he's still warming up his attack, it says. Okay. So basically this ready state event didn't work. Yeah, so there's a bunch of broken stuff because I've changed the way NPCs are represented in the engine now. So we can have more than one type of NPC. Or more than one instance of NPC. Right, so he's going to attack. I'm going to push that. So is valid. There's only is valid on it. The next combat state is attacking. Yeah. Get player location. Get NPC location. Combat room. Combat room. So we return true there. So who is listening for this? Okay. So we need one there. One there. And that's it. Okay, so this is when we're making ready the attack. That's if it's finished. Oh, weird. So we didn't actually get the execute on it for some reason. Let's just put a little breakpoint there as well. So we're not getting this through. It's basically not executing the event. Alright, well, let's follow it a bit further then. So we send the make ready event. We've had one begin response. Who's done that then? Who said that? So the index is 1. There's no begin response. So someone is setting begin. Not there. Entity state on initialize. Oh look, it's the move to is failing. I reckon that's what it is. Well, it's not even reporting back. It is there. That's just a general make ready though. Okay. So I need to figure out why that failed. Okay, let's go back to the move to. There it is. So the event it's like it didn't even call cancel either. So this, it's okay for the move to fail, but it always has to call the cancel. Okay. So the move target, the after move to target, the functor ID, the entity 723. I'll just remember that. So there, there. So we're releasing it, calling reset move target. So that actually has to call it. So to call in set combat state again. So we do need to call this. Standard optional effect 2. Delete all these breakpoints. That is completely like both of them are in trouble there. Look, it's something to do with setting combat states because he's wanting to go and he's wanting to go. Okay, so attack playable character. So we're running, right? Maybe it's something to do with the animation controllers. It should have two separate rigs. So something is causing this. To fail, so that we got to cancel there. So this is always basically cancelling. Okay, 6-0, and it's immediately cancelled for some reason. It will be to do with that reset, wherever it was. Reset current behavior, was it that? No. Take NPC patrol. It's not that. I don't think. Code I've been interested in looking into at the moment. Oh, nice one. It's a bit of like reflection, trying to do some reflection stuff. Yeah, that's nice. Nice one. That'd be useful. They're actually in C++ 26. They're got reflection in that. Whenever the compiler writers will give it to us. Yeah, it's really useful. Can be useful for all sorts. Serializing your code into a file is a good use. Into a text readable file. I have a similar thing. Doesn't use MSVC though. So like, this is all serialized from the code itself. One of these brain files. So like the inode editor and the inode, these are all classes. Engine condition set. And the whole thing's like serializable to string. Anything basically, any code in the engine. So it's like my own reflection system, which will eventually, as soon as I can get C++'s reflection system, I'll swap to that. But right now, I've got my own reflection system. But I don't use MSVC. That's actually interesting. I'll look into that. See if actually Microsoft, the MSVC, can give me those things just by asking for them, which would be nice. Really cool. Okay, so let's just try and figure out what's going on. I don't even really know what's going on. Unmangling them, yeah. Clever. So this is immediately failing, right? So that shouldn't be true. It's when we call move to in the movement controller. It's in reset move target, that's where it's failing. So in set combat state. So calling attack playable character and then set combat state. Wherever it is coming immediately. So I wonder if it's and resetting that move controller. Okay, so let's just set combat state. Let's just do this and disable it, and then let's run again. May not be perfect. Yeah, it's good to try. You can also try, so the way that things like engines do it, let's find decent. The way that you should look at this, I don't know if I've already showed you this. I've showed somebody this. This is the way that like engines do reflection. Like, I don't know if Unreal Engine has specifically uses this, but it's a similar thing. It's a good thing to experiment with. Right, so let's disable this one as well. So we'll enable that. Where's the other one that we had disabled? Enable that as well. So this should tick right, and this should never... We shouldn't be able to get onto another node. But here we are in behavior action set combat state. Something's going on there. So let's look at game state. Look at the behavior controllers. There's 3. One for Jenny, one for Spidey and 0, one for Spidey and 1. And that's got 1 instance. $750. ID 34750. So they've got the same instance running. That's why they're trying to use the same behavior tree. Yes, I am using the MSVC compiler, yeah, so I could do what you're doing. Yeah, we're getting C++ in 26. We're getting full static reflection, which is awesome. C++ really needs it. Yeah, it's going to be great. It's a little crate, like as with everything with C++. The syntax is a little crazy, but you could write wrappers for that. So they're running the same behavior instance. So behavior controller. How How does this work then? How do we get the behavior instances? Here it is. So it's getting patrols, the same types. It's getting the patrol, it's getting the default behavior. So there is nothing on the nodes yet. So this is Jenny, Spidey, and so this does have a behavior called behavior combat. The ID instance ID is the patrol's ID. That's the problem. That is the problem there, I think. So what is the entity ID? Goes to the entity ID. The instance ID is the patrol ID. So the ID of the instance is the patrol ID. Ooh, right. Yeah. Yeah, that is a good way to do it. From MSVC for sure. I do it a really kind of crude way. So what do I do? Work game event types. So I have this thing called a reflect type. So anything that wants to reflect implements a reflect type like that. Type name and then layout members. And that just is a callback really to whatever is wanted. Like this is actually done in two separate functions, but most of the time where would be a good... Here's one. Most of the time it's just one. And this just basically calls back with the name and the value. So you can pass anything into here and just return. It'll just list out all of the things in the class. And you can use it for all sorts of things, including like reflection, like serializing to disk, or I use it for like copying and pasting nodes sometimes and stuff like that. And then I have a system behind that works for arrays. So I could pass an array of something into here as well and it would still work. And it would like scatter, it would like list them all individually. Yeah. Maps eventually for the same data type will be quicker eventually. Fu Manchu, yeah, exactly. As long as it's the same data type that's in your vector and in your map, the vector will eventually become so big that a map's faster. Yeah, that's it. I'll eventually, like, there's a couple of reasons I'll use a map, and one of them is if your situation where the vector becomes millions and millions and millions of elements. And another is if it's a tiny, tiny amount of data and it's just convenient to have a map. I might use that. I might use a map. Just convenient, you know. And it doesn't make any, because they perform like almost the same as well for if you've got like 5 elements in them or whatever. Okay, so yeah, the instance ID is the patrol ID, which is not ideal. So what I want to know is what we're using this ID for. Like if I change this name to ID2, just compile it and see what happens. Yeah, if it's not performance critical, I do that sometimes, yeah. I don't really use map very much though. Most of the time everything's in arrays. And when I know arrays are going to be big and need to looked up fast, I will generally sort the array and do a binary search. As well. Okay, so this is get running behavior instance IDs. That's fine. I'm looking forward to Reflection. I just hope it's not 3 years until it comes out. You know, because it must be quite a complicated thing to make. Like if we're not specifically using this ID for anything to do with the patrol, it should just be the entity ID. Or it should be the entity ID mixed with the instance ID. One of the things that's interesting is that you use the caret, don't you? For I think C++26. Reflection. Here, look, this type of thing. I haven't really read. So you do this. I wonder if that's going to get in the way of Microsoft CLI, C++. So if you look for manage pointer, is that. I wonder if it's going to get in the way of that, because there'll be tons and tons of code written in this. That's my only concern, like what will happen to all that stuff. Yeah, you can share a YouTube link. I'm not sure if I'll be able to watch. I don't want to get like copy stricken. Okay, so let's go back. But I'll watch it off the stream. I'll check it out and see first. So this ID actually needs to be NCID instance ID, like that, I think. Okay. I don't know if I'll be able to show this. Because it's a cartoon. Everyone can go watch it though. I'll watch all that. I don't know if I can broadcast. I like Twitch is so strict out there with showing films and videos and cartoons and all that stuff. Alright, let's see if that sorts it out then. So it gets a unique ID based on the entity and the instance ID. So really, okay, we need to, do we need to get the patrol back? That's the problem. So we're going to change this to patrol ID. Like this, and the ID, so we might save the patrol ID as well, in case we need it. Where did we save it? So it's here. Well, who is actually making these? Because it might not come from a patrol as well. Actually. Currently they only come from patrols. We might imagine invoking a behavior instance. With something else. It's not part of a patrol, but right now we don't do that. Yeah, Twitch might cut it out. There, even I listen to royalty free. I listen to the what's it called? The stream beats. You know, the royalty free stream stuff. Sometimes Twitch still even cuts that out. They're super sensitive, I've noticed. Even if, because this is like not, this is royalty free music for streaming. And this Twitch still, and like they'll be like, are you listening to royalty music, that copyrighted music, and then they'll say what song they think it is, and it's not that song. which is crazy. So this is not becoming active anymore. No, we're not even able to get into the instance. So look, here we go. Requested behavior instance ID. Oh, so that's the hash. Of the ID with the patrol instance ID, or the patrol ID. I'll just put that there. Well, whatever. Stream beats. Yeah, it's stream beats. Yeah, this. And I've even like subscription services, it still does it. You know, like for Twitch. Like Streambeats is Twitch recommended it. And then they're also like, I'm not getting flagged, as in I'm not getting punished, it's just cutting it out. There we go. We're getting the instance now. So will this guy get angry with me? No, he still won't get angry with me. This guy will, though. Will he attack me? So is it immediately cancelling? Seems to. No, he's attacking me. Okay, so we've solved that problem. Now he's still screwed up, isn't he? He's still like constantly going in and out of his hostile. Okay, so yeah, so now he wants to warm up an attack. And he's still doing set combat state. Okay, so this brain entity is the other guy. That's so weird. So Ah, look. So this is to do with, so actually this might be working, except it's obviously not working, but the code might be right, except the brain, these things, it's meant to be of any type, of any value, any instance of type Spidean. So it's no good doing NPC here. Okay, that's it. What's going on here then? A local variable name. Does this work? That's cool. Or does it not work, given what you've said? Okay, so this NPC is no good. We're getting the combat controller from the wrong NPC. Okay. That means... Yes, are you alright?
You feel better?
Yeah, I'm like 80%, I think. Yeah. I know, yeah. This actually has to be a type, not an instance. Alright. It may not, apparently, because I'm getting local variable names. Ah, right, okay. Yeah. Interesting. Let us know how it goes. Right, I'm going to take 2 minutes. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Alright, I'm back. So the problem is mixing up controllers. Problem I've been, so this NPC is no good really. So if we're doing set combat state, NPC set combat state. Which is what we're doing here, right? It really just needs to be the instance. So I've maybe implemented this a little bit wrong. NPC attack PC. So it should be just instance attack PC. So we could have an NPC attack where you do specify an actual NPC in an instance. But we should have one that's just instance attack NPC. So this is behavior action, NPC attack PC. So non-playable character attack playable character. We need one where it's just like attack playable character, which doesn't have an NPC in it. And then we just use the instance. Okay. So fairly condition in same room. So these are kind of the same as well. So how do we want to handle this then? So we have to go through these. So we basically want instance, so in compare location. We need another one called like instance, you know, like a context aware one where we know, because this could be working on multiple instances now. Oh, thank you. Oh, it's alright, I'm okay with all that stuff now.
Are you talking to me now?
Yeah.
Oh, I was just going to say, when we go and see Judas Priest, we'll be hard pushed finding an Indian that opens before 5, which is going to be a bit late.
Yeah.
But there's a really nice Turkish restaurant that does curry down at Aberdeen Walk. We go there.
Yeah.
So.
When is it?
25th.
Yeah, sounds awesome, yeah.
Well,
I'm happy.
Option, we could stay the night.
No. I'll have to get back.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds great, yeah. So I think I need some more I need some more action nodes, you know. So this one is NPC attack PC. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to have one that's called set combat state. A portable call stack thing. All right, cool. What is it? I don't need it at the moment. Woot Dragon might need it, but I'd like to know what it is. So we're gonna have a set combat state. We can either have a whole other set of classes for this, or we could just no, I think we'll just have it. We'll have so this is just set combat state, and it doesn't actually have the NPC instance that we need. So we just want set combat state like that. So we want ones with NPCs and ones without. Okay. So all these again. So we've got NPC set combat state and we've got set combat state. And these are quite straightforward really, because I think all these are gonna do is just return, well, it's gonna duplicate a lot of code this. Okay, I'll take that back. We won't do it this way. So we'll do NPC, well, so we could just leave it as unknown, you know, as well. Stat trace. Oh, right. Oh, yeah, I've heard of that, yeah. Because I'm always in Visual Studio, I've always got the stat trace there anyway. But if you're actually in a terminal, that's very handy. Yeah, so what I might actually do is if you leave it as unknown, so so we're going to go auto me equals NPC, and then we're going to go not me, we'll go me. Hang on a second. It's equal to the brain entity ID. Brain.entity ID. And that's all just that basically. Now we could go through, we could go brain get NPC instance like that. Could do that. That might be better. I'm going to be doing this all the time. I'll just get me. Yeah, so we're just going to go NPC instance, get me, NPC instance. If not, so if NPC, return NPC, else return NCID, like that. Oh wow, let's put that in a very wrong place. Okay. Let's go back. So this is grain.getMe. So we need a bunch of these really. Let's start at the top then. Current document, NPC. Okay. So this is auto me equals brain dot get me at NPC. And then these are all me's. Yeah, that's it. So basically all I'm doing is we're allowing, if you set it to be unknown, it refers to the current instance running the behavior. And then we'll just do some stuff with the UI to make that absolutely explicit. What's the problem here? Okay, this is actually const. Problem is remembering to do this in code. I might actually make another type, you know. So I can't, by accident, start using this NPC. So this isn't an NPC instance. This could be a NPC behavior, a behavior NPC instance or something. So I have to actually pass through me there. Where I am going to want to use stack traces and stuff is eventually, if the game crashes on someone else's computer, I'm going to have to write a system to describe the crash so that they can then post a file to me which will have all the dump information in. So I will eventually get onto all this stuff. It'll be cool. You can just you can like pay for it, can't you? There is a bug, like a process that you can run alongside your application that will do that. Can't remember what it's called. It will monitor your application for crashes. But you know, why not write your own? It'd be fun. Can't remember what it's called actually. Does anybody else know? Anybody know that? There's a this, I think this is it. But you know, you got to. Well, it's free. It's free. Free user 3 user logins. But I bet we could actually write our own good version of this. This is a little bit. I think this is a little bit of software that runs at the side of your program, monitoring it. Okay, so that's good. Now then, we want another type. I don't think I want behavior instance here, NPC instance here. So it'd be something like behavior owner. And that's NPC type in it. And we will, what we'll do is we could make it come off that. Don't really want to do that though. It costs money, yeah. So Bug Splat will run at the side of your, so you ship it with the game or whatever, and it runs at the side of your game on a different process, and it watches your game. And then if your game crashes, it gets all of the dump information and posts it online, and then you can sign in and see real-time crash reports and things, which is very handy. But it only uses, like, I'm pretty sure I could write that myself and it wouldn't take very long. Backdoor waiting to happen. Yeah, I think it uses the, it only uses the, like, you can write a program to monitor any other program and get stack dumps and stuff. You just can do that. It's only read. You can only read only. And then, you know, you can detect that program's crashed, and then yeah, get the information, get the actual where it crashed and stuff. And the bonus is if we write, if I write my own, I'll be able to have more knowledge about the engine than Bug Splat would have. Because I could integrate it properly in with the engine, you know. I could actually set up a server to, a client server to actually send messages and stuff like that. Okay. So we're just gonna say we're just going to call all this stuff. So wherever we have NPC instance here, apart from those two, is going to be a behavior owner NPC like this. And this is just going to be instance. I just want it to be a different type, because in 2 years' time, I'll forget about this, and then we'll just start using the NPC immediately. And then the get me needs to take a behavior. What do we call this? What did we call this? A behavior owner NPC. Yeah. It's very effective. It's sometimes the only way to solve if your program crashes another computer, it's very difficult, especially if the computer that it crashes on isn't communicating with you. Some people will file bug reports, and some people will just never play a game again, and that'll be it. But this means you always get a crash report, even if that person doesn't contact you about it. You probably have to ask them to send a crash report, but if they agree to that, then you get a chance to fix it. And you can write stuff like you could group crash reports by if they're the same crash or not. If you could work out how to do that, and then you get a priority of what you need to fix. This is affecting the most people, then this, then this, then this, then this. Make them sign 200-page terms of service. Yeah, something like that. No, I think it'll just be the game crashed. You get a little pop-up which says, "Oh, sorry, the game crashed. Would you like to send a crash report?" And that'll be it. And then it'll just post it to the server. So this could be draw UI object. NPC ob.npc.instance like this now. That's what you've got implemented. Yeah, cool. Try UI object didn't work. Needs the canvas. I think it's canvas instance title. That's like right at the end of development though. That's years away for me. I haven't even got a game yet. If they're already connected to the server. Yeah, if they're already connected to the server. I'm not going to have any server stuff though in this game. But yeah, if they're already connected to a server, you could actually have it right at the beginning, couldn't you? You could have a little checkbox in your options and crash reports. Right. What that means by making that a special type now is that I can't accidentally use it on any of the other systems in the engine, because it's not what it's for. I probably need a better name for it, really. So this is well, it has no owner. That's what it means. Yeah, so that's a fine name. It's fine. Yeah, Steam. Does Steam require? I haven't looked into Steam yet. Does it require you to have an always like a connection to the server all the time? Is that part of their terms if you want to publish a game on? Sinful Peep. Hey, how's it going? Right now, what am I working on? So I'm working on the ability to get more than one NPC of the same type on the screen at once. So right now, it's nearly kind of there actually. Specifically, I've got this little combat situation where I want to fight two of the same enemy. So I'm just kind of getting that set up. But I only want to write one set of code, you know, just for that particular enemy type. And then have instances of that enemy type. Or any NPC, really. But yeah, if you've got any questions, Sinful Peep. No problem. So it's basically, it needs to integrate into the game engine's editor. You know, how I am going to specify that this bit of stuff is just for types of NPC, NPC of a particular type. But this stuff is for this literally this NPC instance, you know. So I'm just working all that out, really. Oh, the launcher itself. Yeah, it will do. I mean, Windows does it, doesn't it? If it crashes, sends error reports of crashes. But yeah, I'm sure they do. Like, if you ever run a Unity game and you go into the task manager, you can see there's a little Unity crash thing there running up by the side of it, doing the same thing. Unity crash monitor, or whatever it's called. Oh, we've still got linker errors. Get me. So it isn't like this. It doesn't have a const. Oh, right. So that is this. Oh, I thought we had that. If it's not unknown, do that. That'll be fine. Yeah. I'm not sure. Colonel J, how's it going? Welcome back. Is it 2D or 3D? It is. It's predominantly 2D. It's not really dimension specific. So I'm just about to, in the next couple of weeks, do a big UI pass on it. And that will probably do 3D UI, I would say. So it's like it's going to be a 2D game for sure. But I'm thinking the UI will like be on a plane that will like tilt around. So, you know, if you like hover over a panel, it will like do this type of thing to come to life. It's going to be a sci-fi game. So even though none of the artwork looks particularly sci-fi, that's because this artwork is like not for the game. It's just artwork that I drew for a different project. So it's going to be like a sci-fi UI, and that's probably going to be 3D. So it's going to be able to do both, you know. Once we get this instance stuff sorted out anyway. And then I need to do one more prototype. Right now this is just a bunch of rooms that have gameplay prototype in each room. Okay, so he's still broken. Oh yeah, it's because we need to go to his behavior. So all this stuff now, not the condition, right? That's gonna have to get sorted out. This, where is it? Has to be unknown. Now, because unknown means whoever owns this behavior. Okay, so these conditions as well needs to be the same thing really. One thing about having this collapse is it's difficult. It's easy to miss. Yeah. Yeah, so they'll do it for sure. So we'll just turn all these back to unknown. See, these are all specifically unknown. Set to Spidey, which is not what we want. We want it to be whoever is running this behavior instance. Okay, so I've saved that. What I'm actually going to do is look in the file as well. Oops, not there. Or there. Where am I looking? Levels, but brains. And I'm just going to look for Spidean. So anything that's in a condition is interesting, because the conditions are just set to the NC instance Spidean value 0, and that's not correct. Okay, so that's a condition, 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 that's not a condition. So we'll put that back to unknown. Missed that one. All right. Check that actually got saved. I think it did. And there we go. They're both getting angry independently. Not quite working. They're both still, it's still to do with these conditions. So we need to sort out the conditions now. So NPC, we probably have to write specific conditions. So what do we have? Compare location. That's nothing to do with Spidean. All right. Oh yeah, very good. Writing a crash report might be quite nice. So we want NPC range test. I just wonder if there's a cleverer way to do this. NPC range test. PC has combat. NPC has combat state. Another range test. A compare location. So there's only 3 that we need to do. Yeah, I'd like to write my own. I think it would be quite fun. And you learn something, I'd learn something new because I've never done that before. So I'm just wondering if on NPC instance, right, we could have like an NPC instance that has another value in it. Which is like me. The me value. So like struct NPC on me. She's got an NPC instance. And a bool me. We'll try this. We'll try this. We'll see if this is a better way to do it. Okay, so we need to reflect. So it's still trivially serializable. I want to do this for it, but this is NPC on me, and then we want to do this for it as well. Whoops. So this is return NPC on me. Layout. So we're just going to go L NPC L me. And then we'll just draw one of these. It's not in line. So how do we want to do this? We want to go auto NPC names equals enum names for enpc type get views like this, and then we want to go NPC names dot add me. So what I might do is I might do tier 8 w string view NPC names, and then we'll just do NPC names dot copy from enum names like this. So I'll have me at the top. And then we're going to go W string current item. If me, if title, if ob dot me current item is equal to me. Else current item is equal to NPC enum name ob NPC type, like that. So we'll just do canvas.draw combo box NPC current item NPC names local and global variable names. What do you mean by that? Like the actual keywords. My integer name. You can get its name. What, like a string? That's, yeah, that would be cool. So you can get the string my integer name, is that what you mean? Yeah. That's what this 2026 is meant to do. I think. The reflection. Yeah. Oh, it only works for variables inside structs. Yeah, that's... That'll cover a lot of use cases, that. But yeah, it's not full. Can any language do that, do you know? Can C# do that? Cat 1 is still unknown. Really? That's a shame. So is that working because it's const expr? Oh, that's not actually giving you. So what if I did? What is the if I said the name of R? Name of R would be int. But you can't get the stringed name. Well, yeah, you could you do? Because obviously it changes name, doesn't it? If you knew the name, can you do this? Is it that? Is it 2 ones? 2 or can't remember. It's 1. Obviously, if you knew the name, you could just do this. You could see if you directly know the name. So you could probably, because if you put it in a list, if you put it into a list of ints, it changes name to whatever's in the list of ints, doesn't it? That's warping my brain a bit, that. Print the enum names. Like, yeah, like what I'm doing here. So you can't. Do you mean the actual ENPC type as a string or all of those? This will print all the values in the enum as a string. Well, not print it, but it'll get it as an array. If I wanted to print ENPC type, you'd have to do reflect type ENPC type, get type name, which should return ENPC type. But if I did ENPC type type, I wanted to print out the word type, I couldn't do that. Copy that in here. Right, okay. Yeah, you'd have to do that, wouldn't you? Oh, but they're not integers. Would that work? Well, you'd have to run it through a macro. Stringify. That'll probably work. See if that compiles. Push back. So that would get you in my other int. But obviously as strings, not as integers. I don't know what stringify even gives you. See there it says expands to my int, but it's a string. I'm not sure what. Yeah, that compiles. Yeah, variable names without having to stringify them, yeah. So it'd be something like you'd push this in, and then this have to be like using that new syntax or whatever it is. Or is it like this way around? I don't know what the syntax is, but you'd have some kind of shorthand for name of int or something. Yeah, that'd be cool. The struct can already start a separate name. Yeah. Like, I wonder if this is like a thing. Like, I know nothing about it. I wonder if you can, like, this means the reflection of int. And then you would have to maybe put like this, because the thing is, like, this, when you push it, as soon as you call push underscore back, I mean, it's not the bool version, but it renames it to underscore val. So there's like no way, I don't think. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, it would. Yeah, so in the reflection system I have in my engine, it is like you can't reflect a variable name in that way. You can't do that. You can only reflect variable names inside structures. It must be a mathematical kind of thing. Like it's mathematically impossible to do it or something. I don't know. Get AI to do it. Just requires StackWalk 64. Yeah. You could do it like, you could literally like read the source codes as strings yourself. Like if you don't want to stringify it, or you macro this whole line. You know what I mean? Okay, so auto index is NPC names dot index of current item. So I'm going to say if index is equal to 0, ob.me is equal to true, else ob.me is equal to false, and the NPC ob.npc type is equal to static cast EMPC type of index -1. See if that works. Magic Enum, yeah, I think Magic Enum uses the macro, like it uses the macros, you know, the compiler macros, to get like the signatures, and then it works on the signatures. So I have like BM func sig, right? Which just this macro here, which gives you the signature of a function. But there's other ones that give you like the names. So the names are there, they're just part of a bigger signature. So then you've got to like parse the string to get the exact piece of information you need. That's how I think that works. Where it's enum. Yeah. So I think the way that enum Magic Enum works is it just builds up compile time table that gets stored. So it's all done at compile time, stored in a table. That's it. So we need NPC on me. We need to change some of these. These. So the NPC range test. We'll change the NPC range test. Game condition types. NPC range test. So this is NPC on me. And then what was the other one? What were we searching for? NPC instance. So we got condition NPC range test. NPC compare location. Oh, that's NPC on me. And there's another one. NPC has combat state. NPC on me. So these might not load anymore. So we've changed the way that this thing gets serialized. The me, it should skip the me in theory. Let's have a quick look at what you've just written there. name. Yeah. So I would say so you're pushing back individual enum values. You could do that as well. NPC type. And this is enum W name, like that. You'd have to static cast that. You might be able to do this. Don't know if that's part of the API or not. But I also have enum W names, EMPC type. And standard Couchstra. I think that has a beginning and end on it. Yeah. So you can do that as well. And obviously you could extend, you could take a vector there if you wanted. So you could push your own ones back. So you didn't have to do the whole list in the enum, the whole set of enum values. You could, if you could extend the API to make that take a span, and then it would just print out the ones in that vector. I currently don't do that. I haven't actually implemented that, but you could do that. Yeah. So you're wanting to actually print stuff out in a vector. So yeah, I'd probably have that kind of API there. So like just like that. Whatever that, you know, however the compiler wants to deal with that. I don't know if it can just do that. It might be able to. Yeah, Magic Enum has been really good for me. It's never gone wrong so far. Like enum W names is my own extension that I wrote, which is on top of Magic Enum, so I could just put like a span in. I could put a constructor here that has a span, takes a span of just a range basically of any enum name, and then just returns. Yeah. Soon, hopefully, a thing of the past. Okay, so this probably not even gonna, it might not load because we've changed these conditions. It should be fine, it should be fine. But we'll see. Did load. So now, this is, we can actually say, oh, it doesn't say me. NPC compare location. Game condition types. NPC compare location. Okay, so we're just drawing the combo box here. So this needs to be draw UI object. So it's a shame they've... Ooh, that shouldn't have even compiled. That's really weird. NPC naught is an NPC on me. And that doesn't actually have a type in it. Let's check this. Don't have to stringify everything, yeah. And the thing about stringify is you need it literally there, don't you? The great thing about enum name is that it can be a variable of that type. There we go, that shouldn't have even compiled. Okay, so this is draw UI object. Now it's a shame that we haven't done this the other way around, you know. I think I'm going to change it now. To that way around. That's the way around it should really be. Yeah, Magic Enum's entirely compile time. So it's just all there, just in tables in the exe, yeah. Magic Enum, so Magic Enum works if I did this. So stringify, I'd have to put like none. I'd have to do that. If I did that, that wouldn't work. It wouldn't print out NPC activity none, it'd print out activity. But if I did enum w name of activity, it would print out NPC activity none. I mean, you don't need stringify. So stringify is only useful up to a point, you know. You need it literally there for it to work. Whoops. So that's what I wanted to do. Canvas. Okay, and if you do NPC instance now, this needs to be the other way around. There and there. But all right, let's build that and find a bunch. It's still stringify under the hood. Don't think it's stringify under the hood. Enum, Magic Enum. I don't think it's using stringify under the hood. It's using the signatures, the compile, the macros. I'm pretty sure. Which is a kind of stringify, but you're not stringifying it a thing, it's giving you, it's just like underscore underscore line, you know. A bit multi-layered type. It's so all it does is it's enum to string conversion, or string to enum conversion. So when you do enum to string, that's not compile time, that's runtime. But compiling all the data up so it can be looked up in a table, that's done at compile time, yeah. NPC instance. What's the problem? Okay, so that's in actually the object UI renderer, I think. Itself. Oh no, we have swapped that round. There it is, that one. I don't think we're even using that, to be fair, though. That's just if you wanted to check if it has that. I don't even know if we want to actually do it this way. We might have a checkbox. Draw UI object. I have to rebuild this. It might be better to have a checkbox with just me on it. That we'll see. What this is doing is building up a combo box with me at the top, but then it's gonna actually have. No, it'll just be me, and then it'll have the rest of them. It still might be better to have a checkbox though, because we can't select an NPC instance in this case. See, It's got loads of compile errors. It wasn't building it properly. Type. So this is it, right? So this is NPC. What's this problem? No problem. Okay, so this is NPC on me. So how do we do this? NPC has combat state. Ooh, this is complicated now. Basically has to get the behavior controller. Ooh, it's complicated. So we need to know what me is in every single context. This is draw UI object. Yeah, so we don't necessarily know how we need to get a good way of finding out what me means. If it's me is selected, what does that mean? Enum names will be stringified. Yeah, it will. Everything will be. Apart from those stack variables, like you were saying. You'll be able to look up the name of anything in theory. Okay, so what does me mean? So we're just going to put NPC on the end of all these for now. So we'll keep the default behavior it was before. Not global or local. Yeah. That's right, yeah. So could you get, what about if it's inside a namespace? Like global inside a namespace, would that work? Or even global inside no namespace. Could you do that? So it's like auto, was it const expert auto t equals that of can't remember what the syntax is. Yeah, that will work. And arrange them in a namespace. So could you do the global namespace by doing that and get global ones out? Maybe. Yeah, I mean, it depends how long it takes for 26 reflection to come in, because I think it's a big job for compiler writers. It might be years until it comes in, until it's ready for Visual Studio anyway. Right, so it can't load it anymore. So it could be. It could be. Yeah, I'm not sure about this NPC. Like, so to get this to work now, it needs to be NPC on me. How do we work this out? NPC and then me. So it'd be NPC and then that. And then me. Like that. Forget it to get that to open. But here's the thing, like, I don't know if it's gonna be like, how would we if it's me here, how would we know what me is contextually? Well, this could be getting fired from anywhere. So it's the brain editor that's putting this in. So what do we do? brain node. We have draw engine condition set. So it can't happen here because we don't know who is calling this. You know, we need an auto NPC on me0. Me0. It's NPC0. Me. I mean, I know it's only a checkbox at the moment. I'll just get NPC instance. And that's got to know how to get what is calling this condition. You know, we could just pass it here, but then we could pass it there, but that just means it's going to have to be the case for every single condition that requires it. Gonna need some thought how we do this. So the standards are published every 3 years, but it's up to the compiler writers to get on it and implement the standard. So there were some C++20 stuff that wasn't in Visual Studio. That's 6 years old. Now, I would imagine with Reflection, it's been so highly in demand that that's the first thing they're going to implement. I imagine that's true. So it should be quick. So NPC compare location, right? This needs like a context. Can't be templated though. So it needs to be like const the me context. Like, we really need to look into how these conditions get called. So if I just did this, if I just said struct me context, what would be the compiler error? I mean, that's not even a thing. Whoops. So we might get like a link. Well, it should be a compiler error. Everywhere it's calling this, we'll be able to call it now because it doesn't know what me context is. We need to do some fancy kind of like, if there's a context, call the me context version on the condition. So if it goes through a condition set, we can actually store the context somewhere in that set. I'm hoping there is a compile error. Okay. So this is in game conditions. So the game condition itself needs a context, needs a me context. Oh, that's my alarm. So where would it be? The behavior controller. The behavior controller probably behavior instance. Current node, success conditions, failure conditions. So this is an engine condition set. So this is the thing that's calling it. It calls it on the groups. The group itself just goes every condition true. Every condition true. Ooh. Brain. Find node. So then all the nodes have conditions sets on them. So it just means that the condition sets all have condition groups, and all the condition groups have conditions. Every single condition will need context. And the mini dump. So we could set the context in the game condition itself. And it's when we create. See, I don't know whether this is going to get too complicated. When we create the instances, wherever that is. So this brain here has got a bunch of conditions on it. No, I'm going to head off in 5 minutes. Sorry about that. So all these things, I think it might be too complicated. We could do it, but it's going to be so complicated. The other alternative is just to set a global context. This is the thing that is calling the conditions. But that's not very good, really. So what I'm trying to do is so the game condition is just like a game condition is just something that evaluates the true or false, and it can be anything. And you just write them as a type. So like compare location between two NPCs, all these basically, player is character, and then the editor can use these conditions to inform like which direction of the tree you go down. If all these conditions are true, go down this side. But what I'm trying to do is to say, like, now we have instanced NPCs. So I used to go like player is character, and then I'd pass in the NPC type. Player is character hero, player is character Spidean. But now that I can't just say that, because it needs to be like player is character Spidean with instance 2, for instance, which I could do. But the thing is, with the behavior controller, you have one controller and you clone it and you instance the controller, the behavior tree, across all the instances. So when the behavior tree says me, meaning whoever owns me as a behavior tree, that's the NPC that I am referring to. That's what I'm trying to do, is to get that information into the game conditions. Just use a struct. Like what I could do, so the idea that I was playing with, if I can find the game condition types, compare location, was passing in like a me context to the condition, which is like you could go through the me context to get the actual NPC instance you're talking about. So that was one thing I was thinking about. But then you've got the thing like where some conditions don't need a me context, some do. Like this would be the cleanest way to do it. So you could just do like auto NPC is context get me NPC 0, for instance, and that'd get you the actual NPC from the context. But it's just kind of like coming up with a way to plumb that all together. Could be really, really complicated. Or the alternative is, if this is only going to ever execute on a single thread, which is true currently, if we're never going to ask anything about game conditions on any other thread, we could set a global context. We could set this globally, and then this, which is probably the way I would do it, we'd set this globally, this me context, and then it should just be like G context, you know. And the thing is, like, we could make it thread independent, because we could just have one context per thread. Set it in, like, make a thread local version. Active ID, string name bool, active ID string name active. So these game conditions are created all over the place in various different contexts, and often the thing that's calling them, so the behavior controller, it goes here we go, current node success conditions. It doesn't know anything about conditions. So you have to pass the context here, right? You would have to pass the context here for this to work. The me context, which would be this instance. So it'd be this in this case. Every single time you wanted to do that. And that'll get passed into the condition set there. And then that'll get passed into the group there. And then the group where's the group? The group operator is there, so that'll get passed in there, that'll get passed in there. And then this would have to decide here, this is where the actual condition is called. So this would have to decide whether it needs to call the me pass through the me context or not. And I could probably do that with a concept. So that is, you know, we could do that. So, you know, I'm gonna have to attempt that tomorrow. I have to go. It's my alarm to go. So we might do something like that. We'll try both. So this condition set, you could pass a context or not, maybe. An optional context. And that gets passed all the context gets passed all the way through to all the conditions, and then yeah, eventually it gets through to the actual condition itself. The struct idea won't work. It's unclear to me how it would work. I'm not saying it wouldn't work. Like, I couldn't have a struct like, what I don't want is for the condition type, for every new type, have to make a struct. I'm just not sure how I would do it, you know, and have it fit into the rest of the engine. That's actions anyway. Game condition types. Like, I can't just pin that with a context because the context is going to be different, you know. The context will come through as a different thing all the time. Or sometimes there might be no context. So I think it has to kind of be an argument that's passed into it. Already making the tuple. Yeah. So this is just all the different types of conditions that the condition system can accept. but not every condition needs a context. So ideally, all I want to do, like the ideal scenario, would be if I write a new condition that takes a context, I just have to do that there. Const me context. That's it. That's all I've got to do. And the system just works. It just works. So that's kind of what I'm trying to go for. Or I don't write it and it doesn't need a context. But I don't have to actually touch the back of the system at all. That's what I'm going for. So I don't want to have to write, you know, a structure with the condition and the context next to each other or anything. I'm trying to do a dynamic or compile time system. It's a mix of both, really. Some things are compile time in it. The idea is I want to be able to control what things go into the system. Like this. So to add a new condition, all I have to do is make one, put it in here, and then the editor or any part of the game knows about that automatically then. It just knows that that condition exists. Might want to add the conditions dynamically. Well, these are condition types, so you can add conditions dynamically, or the editor can add conditions dynamically. You know what I mean? The editor can do it. You don't have to code it. The editor will do it using it, and it'll know it can only do it with these. It'll know which types it can add, basically. Predefined rule or condition set. Well, it's defined in the editor, so you define the condition set in the editor. There's a bunch of conditions, yeah. So you do make them up in the editor. It's more for editor stuff, this, so you can actually put all the conditions into the editor. Anyway, I'm gonna have to go because I need to pick up my kid from school, but I will work on it tomorrow. We'll either end up passing it in, which is the cleanest way to do it, or we'll do a global. Define the rules dynamically. Yeah, so the rules are defined dynamically in the editor. So you can put conditions on a node, for instance, on a graph. And you can put whatever conditions you want, and you can write new conditions. And then that's the way that the node knows if it needs to execute or not. Or anything. It could be on absolutely anything. You could put conditions on a door to say when it's locked. And you do all that in the editor. So it is dynamic, as in you make the condition sets up in the editor. Or you can do it through code if you want, but most of the time it's just done through the editor. Anyway, I'm gonna have to go. Yeah, good stream. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Back tomorrow morning, Friday. But yeah, I'll see you guys. See you guys tomorrow sometime. Bye.